Smile, chat. You're so hot. Ooh. Click, click. I got you guys. I got you. Got you with your pants down. Ooh, that's tasty. Ooh, that's good. Ooh. Do. You were here first? Actually, Bless 3D was here first. Bless 3D was here at 9:13. Late. Little did you guys know that I was actually here at 9 a.m. And I just was sitting here. I was just like, nah, not yet. One more minute. Yo, Gladiator, how you doing? Chinos, exactly, yeah. What are we doing today? Oh yeah, we're finishing up the bait. Yesterday we had to do a little bit of refactoring that I hadn't anticipated. Typical. But now we have a fishing info tab on our ingredients. And we can use this to display known fishing information that if you have caught something with that bait or you've caught that with something else, right? Of course, the is caught with is probably only going to apply to fish. But I digress. It'll work well. It's added my build for Steam review. I'm having my morning coffee. Dude, nice. Congrats. Gladiator game. Could be. You never know. Watch him just say, like, it's some 18 plus furry porn game. So you're having my morning coffee, waiting for the furries to spend millions of dollars on me. Oh, it's made for the Romanian market. That's pretty cool. Say hi to your mom. Hi, Mom. Jesus, God, you are the most needy parasocial chatter ever. Say hi to me. I sub to you. All right, so yeah, we were gonna use the fish bait prefs data table that we made yesterday to. We should be able to use this to build out the this UI. Sorry, I'm still waking up. Talking to everyone but me. You are literally the definition of a parasocial streamer. It's so fucking funny. I mean, you deserve it because like you're my mom, right? So, but anyone who streams would absolutely agree with me. It's pretty funny. Okay, fish bait prefs. Let's open up the ingredient info panel. Checking you're working and not goofing off. Look, I am working, okay? I'm working today, tomorrow, Monday, Tuesday, and then the rest of the month I am goofing off. And no bad game that ever existed that has fishing. That's the goal. I've been wanting to make the fishing system for so long, Gladiator. What does your mom think about your stream schedule for this month is more than half gaming? I don't know, and I don't want to know. Alright, let's think here. When do we want to build this? Let me think. Let me open up the inventory. Which tab load widget? It's probably whenever we on hover on build info panel. We do run switch tab, update tab color, check if tabs should be shown. Hey, Buster D. You actually his mom? Yes. Knows what he's doing? The angry? Yeah. I was super fucked up. Guess I just go. What are you gonna ask for my baby pictures next? Here's the thing, we call build info panel. I could insert it in here. I'm a little worried about what the work is gonna look like. Well, let me think. If the player clicks on, for instance, barrel cactus, we need to run through all of the rows in fishbait prefs and check if either the row name or the bait preferences are equal, or in this case, row name is equal, but I have to do a little bit of appending, and bait preferences has the ingredient in it. Depending on which one it is, we then need to insert it into the right panel slot, either used to catch or is caught with. However, we do not have a widget to put in here to slot in here, which we need to make. I'm your role model? I'm not. Shut up. Shush. Okay. We should go in the info panel, right? WBP ingredient info panel fishing info widget. Well, it's not the shortest name in the world, but it is accurate. No, I'm not a good role model. You should look up to people like Cardi B, Andrew Tate, Johnny Somali. You know, these are the true role models of life. These wouldn't have to look any different, right? Used to catch. No, I think we could just do a border, horizontal widget, image, and text box. Hear about the news? Yeah, I did see the news about Johnny. And you know what? Look, whether you voted for Kamala, whether you voted for Trump, whether you are a raving, rabid racist, or the kindest person in the world, I think we can all unite under the desire to see Johnny Somali jailed for as long as possible in South Korea. Should I size this to content? No. Yes, but we should anchor it like this. Set up the alignment like so. Horizontal box. You know what? I'll even wrap this with another border. Do padding of 0. Padding of 1. Brush color black. That's the wrong one. Oops. Padding of 1. Color black. Fluid flux bugs. I don't think the creator of that was happy that I gave his plugin 2-star rating. But I'm sorry. It's not good. Is that gonna look okay? We'll see. Oh, you don't know Johnny Somali? It's bad. Like, he has never done a single thing of actual worth as a streamer. He just goes around. His latest one was he was in I think a convenience store in South Korea eating ramen and drinking. And all he did was play loud music, harass the owners, get in the way of people coming in, litter, cause a mess, fail to pick any of it up. It's bad. He's just... $400 for just water, and water that is buggy is really not good. No, it's not good, and the fact that it was buggy and has terrible documentation, and the guy's response to a lot of things on his Discord was just, oh, go look and reverse engineer how I did it on my demo maps. For $400? Hey, Pumpkinhead Play. How you doing today? Pretty small. Boost this up. 264. You see with fluid flux for the prototype? For the prototype, yes. Let's do content padding of 10. We'll do left padding on here. Actually, we'll do left and right padding of 10 as well. Hurt my knee yesterday at jiu-jitsu. Thankfully I didn't hurt my knee. I hope it's not too bad. I'll do some programming. Good luck. Hey, Gladiator. Hope your Steam app review goes well. I'm super excited. You're living the dream, mate. Good luck and have a great day. Let you know how it goes. Nice. Next coffee session. Good luck, man. Don't have too much. next? Yeah, we'll do one more text block. Ingredient, name, state. T, ingredient, name. I think that'll work. Let's see. User created. Yeah, that looks fine. Maybe I'll do another bit of info here of how much the player actually has earned. There's Need playing on the Wii. I don't remember that. That's funny though. We need. Alright, I'll add a text box to the right here of how much the player has owned. And we need to put some padding too on the outer border here. Dad's joke. It is a dad joke, isn't it? But I use spacers for this. Or I could do another invisible border, which would look really stupid, and that's exactly why I'm going to do it. Okay, so that's what they will look like. Apart from the no information known, of course. And that is a scroll box, so if we were to have enough to actually cause it to need to scroll, it would be scrollable. And that should be 1-to-1 scale here for the screen. So maybe a little bit chunky, but doable. I don't imagine that there will be such a significant number of these that the scrolling will be too crazy. But we can always refactor it if we need to. All right, horizontal box. We'll tell that to fill. And then we will duplicate this. Stick to the right. And we'll say something like owned and times 99 or something. Or maybe show the same thing that... No, I don't know. How you doing, Charmox? I could put a little ghost brother. I could put a little backpack icon here with the number that's owned. That could work. Let me try that. Wrap with a horizontal box. We'll put an image.
Mr. President, wake up.
I don't know, I've been seeing his videos recently. He seems pretty awake. Get a backpack icon. Man, I love prototype phase where I can just get these and use them. And nobody cares. Kind of want it to be black and white. Actually, this works. Now, is the background of this actually transparent? Yeah, I don't think it is either. It's bait. That's bait. Okay, this one is. And that was in PNG format, okay. They tried to get me. How you doing, Ascari? Not today. Actually, I thought we already had a backpack icon that we were using for something else. What do I know? Oh. Hiccups. Maybe not. T. Backpack. Sweet. Let's do this. Loot slider widget. And I'm gonna copy the amount box. Why is the image getting scrunched? Oh, because there's, I think there's, it's because there's left padding on here. No. Oh no, it wasn't getting scrunched. It's just tiny. Nope. And a tiny more. Remember when you used to watch Dora the Explorer? There was a clip of, I think it was like a new Dora movie or something. You guys see it? Let's see if I can find the clip. Yeah, it was this. I know only people who watch Dora would understand this. So if you're a Dora fan, you'll get this.
Mmm, delicioso. Can you say delicioso? Say delicioso.
I love the fourth wall break. It's great. For those who don't know, it was a show that was like teaching kids Spanish. And she would often look at the camera, you know, because it's a kids show, right? And just say like, you know, say this word, say it. It means this. And the movie just kind of broke the fourth wall. Like, who the fuck is this kid talking to? Swipe or no swiping, exactly. You see the new UE5 feature highlights? Yes, I did. Looks pretty interesting. Pretty interesting. We will upgrade Cauldron Chronicles to 5.5 when all of our plugins support 5.5, which might be a while. Yeah, I think this will look fine. This will look good. Let's set up a function here to build widget. And we're probably going to want to pull in just the ingredient info. I think. So yeah, we should just be able to pull in an F name. Sniper, no sniping. Another backpack louder and louder. Yes, I did. That does not need to be variable. Only the icon, the text box, and this need to be. Why is that not stretching across the whole? Nah, whatever. It's working. Don't touch it. We're interested in making cinematics in UE5 rather than game dev, or at least coming from a video editing background. You tried it or have an opinion? I haven't tried it. What I can say is that I think that it should be very, very possible and very powerful for it. I mean, you have people making entire movies in Unreal, and you know, you have them using it for virtual production. So with like Mandalorian sets were made in Unreal. It should be very, very possible and look pretty cool. We'll need to make a function to grab number of ingredients owned, unless I don't have it. Let me see. I have get all ingredients and get ingredient from index. So no, I don't have one. Get ingredient amount. ID. We can also do as a backup an integer for index. Oh, we kind of already have that. So you know what? We'll just do ID. So Unreal's going to look in 5 years. Here's my major problem with Unreal at the moment. And this is less of a problem with Unreal, more of a problem with just games as a whole. Stalker 2 requires 160 gigabytes to download. And it's because of things like, you know, things that don't compress well, images, videos, things of that nature. If Epic can find a way to dramatically decrease the size of games, if they can, you know, create a nanite / lumen but for textures, it would be amazing. That's the one thing that I think would really help customers. Get game instance. Get player inventory. We'll do a for each loop with break. If ID is equal to ID. I think I'll return -1 if it's not found. Or you know what, we'll just return 0. No need even. We don't even need to make this a for each loop with break. We can just do a for each loop. It's crazy in space super quick. I'd start relearning, but Unreal itself takes up so much space and everything else. Yeah. It really does. Some sort of advanced image compression would go a long way, and not just for games. You know, that technology could also be used for movies too. I guess like HEVC. Wait. Yeah, HEVC codec is somewhat similar. It has really good compression. The problem is I believe that you need a pretty decent CPU to decode HEVC, and it probably isn't great to couple into a game engine. Don't quote me on any of this, I do not know. So I don't really know what sort of compression Unreal already uses for textures, but if there could be some sort of compression similar to HEVC, that would be pretty cool. Insight, just played Hollow Knight. My only complaint is that there's need to do on round is fine, but I can't remember everything. Having a clear objective is so important. Oh, is it just that you kind of like don't know which area to go to next or whatever? I can make this look a little bit better. Do that. Okay, get ingredient amount is done, so what we can do is part of this, get ingredient amount. Ingredient ID. Get set text. Alright, that's part of it. I can take ingredient ID and also use that to get ingredient struct, which we can use to populate the icon. And we can use display and we can show the name ID. We'll do icon first, or icon second, and we'll do the name first. So ingredient name, set text, get string, string table, text out. Should work. I'm focused on the game and forgetting where to or what the story once was such a headache. I was beginning to end and was even more confused being sealed. Well, the good thing is that Hello Kitty Island Adventure does exist for people like you. Alright, that was a bit mean. Hey, there's nothing wrong with Hello Kitty Island Adventure, okay? I know what you're thinking. Okay, that should work. When we switch to the fishing panel, then what we need to do is run that build every time. Or on build info panel, we need to probably up here we could run it. We can run like populate fishing info. Ingredient ID. And we can run it here. There's probably one other place where we will need to run it. Well, it depends. It depends when we call this. Switch to ingredient tab. Not this tab. It would be on ingredient info panel. Yeah, right now we just set visibility. We would need to populate fishing info if the player clicks that, but we don't have an ingredient ID to run to it. We could populate the fishing info no matter what. How is development going? Going fine. Nothing crazy. Just need to keep pushing forward to help showcase our vision. Sometimes I think the game is too... It's a weird mix of genres and ideas that sometimes I think it's a little hard to explain on the surface. Because like every alchemy game that's existed before this has been usually like a shopkeeping game, unless so of like a RPG or slash life sim. And the ones that are like RPGs are not RPGs where you have to interact in great detail with NPCs. So, I mean, I think that it's fresh. I think that it's a kind of, you know, new idea. But it is kind of hard to explain as a game. And I need to get better at doing that. That's my job. On schedule? I mean, we're not as far along as I would like, but you know, every day we get further and further, so I'm not going to complain too much. I need to write a function that goes through and grabs this info. Yeah, if we find it in row names, we need to return the bait preferences. If we find it in bait preferences, we need to return the row name. So it's kind of awkward. We could return an entire row. We need an ID in a row. I mean, a hand would help. Yeah, I mean, definitely there's a lot that I would be able to offload onto some people who are more capable if we had those people who are more capable, but we don't have the luxury of that. It is what it is. Just indie dev things. Get bait preferences. Or let's just do get bait info. Whole ingredient ID. No, well, first we need to do get data table row names. For each loop, not with break, we will need to go through the entire thing. Get data table row. Let's promote this to a local variable of row name. We might want the array index too. I will preemptively promote that. Okay. Two things. If the row name is equal to the ingredient ID, we'll need to set this as a variable to return it later. This will be catches index, or not catches index, catches array. But only if row name is equal to ingredient ID. We'll need a second branch. And I will connect this just on the off chance that a fish could be used to catch itself. I don't know, like, I doubt it will happen, but I suppose we'll connect it. Otherwise, don't branch yet. We need to do a for each loop. Through the bait preferences. And in this case, if the array element is equal to the ingredient ID, we'll want to make a new array and add unique to this based on the row name. And then we can do a return node with those two fname arrays. Happen. Catches and caught by. I think that works. And that's get bait info. Okay. Populate fishing info, get bait info for the ingredient ID. We'll want to run a for each loop here. We could flow control this because there's no reason for them to not run in tandem. Like, there's nothing that we require first loop to run in order for second loop to run, so. Well, no, I won't do that, because we'll just do this. It'll be a little bit cleaner to handle the return node. It was a dumb idea. Okay, for each, create widget. This is the ingredient info panel fishing info widget. Build widget. And we want to add this to which list? Scroll box. Use to catch. Add child. And then the exact same thing here. However, I want to clear both these scroll boxes. That it? If I didn't mess up the arrays for get bait info, then it should be okay. I'm kind of a little worried that I did mess it up though. But I suppose we'll see. Only one way to know. Um, Partly working. I have to get rid of the no information known if there are actually children that are added to it. That's pretty easy to do. Why is it not building that though? Oh, I know why. I know why. We have to fix the row name. Right here, what we need to do is toString, go back to name, prefix ing underscore n. That'll fix that problem. And I think the same thing is happening here where we're testing directly row name against ingredient ID, which is not correct. We need to be testing that. Kind of forgot about doing that. What I need to do is append as well the state of the ingredient. We forgot to do that. Although apart from that, It is looking accurate. The arrays are backwards though. Okay, okay. Good. Good, we know what we need to fix. That should fix that problem. Is this correct? Catches used to catch. Yes. And that for sure is the right one. Used to catch, okay. Populate fishing info. Clear children. We'll do a validation check for whether or not they're empty. And if they are, we can show or hide the no known info or caught with no known info. Set visibility, select. Is empty. If true, set to not hit testable self only, otherwise set to collapsed. Also make it appear a bit cleaner. Hey Claremont, good luck with the dev. 4:30 a.m. for me, gonna go to bed. I really appreciate it. Have a nice bit of sleep. Dream of me. My time out of 4:46 on the GTA 4 speedrun. Speedrunners, you guys are absolutely crazy to me. I hope somebody will speedrun my game. I don't know how possible it would be to speedrun it, but no, I think you could. It would require a lot of memory. I don't know. It depends. Only dev to think about speedrunning. I don't know. It's fun. It's cool. It brings this a very niche community, but I also think that it adds a lot of longevity to your game for people who like to watch speedruns, even if people don't do the speedruns themselves. And that keeps your game in people's minds for a lot longer. So I don't think any dev should ever be against speedrunning or try to fix exploits used by the speedrunning community. It's true, yeah, the great testers. I think that some glitches might need to be fixed, right, if they're too easy. to where somebody could accidentally break their game. But if it's such like a weird thing, like, I don't know, Elden Ring's, you know, like the teleporting that you can do with guarding and moving quickly, like, nobody's gonna find that on accident. And that's something that would never need to be fixed. Alright, we'll do that. And we'll need to run it in between here. Then else. A little awkward. Tried to get rid of as much spaghetti as possible. On build widget, we need to fix the ingredient name. I need to get ingredient state. Get ingredient. I don't remember what I called it. Well, no, it would just be part of the structure. Not the display, but the data. State. So do an append with the name space that. I think those were the problems. We'll see. See if that works. Well, that's working. The one thing I don't like is that when you are in between, it goes back to the selected, it's just awkward. It's working, it's just the flickering is kind of annoying. And we still need to fix that carp doesn't show anything, even though we need to put something special in that says is caught with like anything. We're almost there. It's looking good. The good thing is all the data is functional. I don't see any bugs with that. Okay, how do we handle carp? Should we even have that be the case where you can use any ingredient to catch carp? I don't think so. I don't like it. Thank you, Goku. My lord. Wasn't expecting that. How are you? Yeah, you know what? I don't think carp should. I don't like that. I don't like you can use any bait to catch the fish. I think that it just introduces this, too many UI problems. I don't like it. I don't like it. I'm gonna remove that. Same bait for all fish types. It was literally, we set it up so that carp could be caught with literally any bait. Anything. Anything you put on there, it would catch carp. And I just don't think it works very well. And it causes a lot of questions about like UI that I'm not a fan of. Are you aiming for realism? Yes, in my vibrant fantasy alchemy game, realism is definitely my top priority. No, I'm just shitting on you. No, there's no interest for realism. No, with fish bait types, no realism. And right now, I don't even care what we use. I'm just using it for testing purposes, so it do not matter. We'll just throw something in here for testing purposes. Why not have fantasy fish? We will. These are literally just, every single ingredient we have in the game right now is placeholder, and may or may not be in the final version of the game. It's just much easier to use real world knowledge than to make up like some fake name or something. Okay, so the second part of what we need to do for bait to work is delete what we just did, some of it. Not all of it, but some of it. The reason being that we only want to show bait info that the player actually knows, not bait info that is for sure. So the player has to learn this knowledge either through experimentation or obtaining this information from an NPC, from a book, whatever. It's tricky. I think for me, it's easy to implement. The difficulty is whether or not it will be liked. I think depending on how we give this information to the player, it either could work well or it could be frustrating. But I'd like to try it because it's easy to implement. Why are you putting so much into a fishing minigame? Because I think that our game is quite casual to mid-core friendly, and we are aiming to be a bit of a life sim, an immersive sim, so this is a part of the game we wanted to have. Why would an individual want to fish? Because the fish they catch can be used in making potions, or sold to merchants, or given to NPCs. Like in Minecraft, there's never any reason to fish. There may not be a reason to fish for you, but there could be reason to fish for other people. Is it a necessity, or can you get around it? No, you can get around it. Fishing is a pastime. I don't think you'll need to do it. Let's see, how do we store this info? We would buy... At any time a bait preference is learned, the row name is learned too. We may just not know all of the bait preferences for that fish. So what I could do is store this as an array of the ST fish bait prefs structure. Let's see, known, or let's just do bait knowledge. Many people will sort of just forget that this feature exists if you don't encourage them. What do you think our game will do, though? Like, let me ask you, what do you think? What do you think this game is about? I mean, let's put it that way. Because perhaps, and well, I know we need to, but perhaps we're not doing as good of a job as we can at describing what the game is and what its pillars are. Bait preferences. Yeah. That should work. Dialogue and personal interaction guide the choices that the player makes. Do you see the game only being about dialogue and NPCs? Which it kind of is right now. What if I showed you the GDD and our 3 pillars right now of alchemy, storytelling, and the open world. And in this case, especially the open world. Like when we ask ourselves, why are we adding combat with potions? Why are we adding dungeons? Why do we have exploration and discovery? Why do we have fishing minigame, a farming minigame? What do these all serve? What do you obtain from these activities that could then feed back into storytelling and or alchemy? The game's main focus was the beach ball. That too. That is another pillar of the game, is the beach ball. Alright, bait knowledge. We have that implemented. Now we need to do 2 functions for updating the bait knowledge. Ooh, update bait knowledge. And get bait knowledge. Although I don't know what inputs and outputs we want for this just yet. Hey Bleacha, leave right now if we don't have either a mermaid, pufferfish, or deer. Get out of here. How we user first stumble upon the knowledge that they're able to fish. I mean, it's going to be quite... How did you first learn that you can fish in Stardew Valley? I don't know, Yeah, you go to like the fishing pier, right? So if you see that there's a fishing spot, which will be shown through like particles and sounds or whatever. Like you'll be able to see it. It'll be part of the marketing for the game, right? Like we're not just going to leave fishing and farming out of our marketing materials. Like here, play our alchemy game, and then you play it, and you're like, oh, it also has fishing. Update bait knowledge. Let's see here. Yeah, we'll do the array this way that if the player learns more than one thing at once, we can update that all at the same time. But we'll have to go for each through that. Yeah, you're in the trenches, is that how it is? Here's the thing, like, once players see certain things, they'll understand that the game has certain things, but you can also just do, like, books, you can do tutorials, NPCs. There's multiple ways for the player to learn that the game has something. I think that a stuffy, hand-holdy tutorial is probably not the greatest way to do it. I think that a lot of people just know how certain games work, or they just want to discover it on themselves. For themselves. Having one big chain tutorial probably isn't the greatest idea. catch ID and learned bait. Get game instance. Get bait knowledge. For each loop. We'll do a local variable of B. Found row. You can have humanoid NPCs, yeah. Go if there's some fishermen always around the pier. I don't think we'll be doing... What's the GI node? I made this myself. It's a macro that just grabs the game instance. Saves me a bit of time. Yeah. Because I was tired of, okay, get a cast to GI alchemy every single time. You know how it is. Characters outside the storyline. Well, we can do anything with NPCs, right? The thing that I want to do with NPCs is not have them always be present, because I want to capitalize on certain emotions for the player. With isolation. That's important to me, is for the player to feel a bit isolated. And as if NPCs are a source of socialization for you in between the more calm, ambient nature. Kind of do stuff with the player. We could, yeah. I mean, what we can do with NPCs is really just going to be up to budget. What was I doing? Bait knowledge. I'm going to promote this to a local variable, actually, so that we can then set by ref. So local bait knowledge. That way we'll call it back and set by reference to update. Channeling your experience with us into gameplay. Exactly. Ideas in your head about all the characters you want? No, any of the characters we have in the prototype may or may not be present in the final game. It's going to be up to kind of the direction of the game and the writer's narrative designer. And probably up to some extent the main story as well, and what we want to do with it. Player feels, you feel while developing. Shut up. Shut your mouth. Oh yeah, that one won't work. We need to... Hold on. We need to be able to store the row name as well, and we aren't doing that right now. Fishing, bait, fish bait preferences. Yeah, duplicate this. ST, fish bait, knowledge. catch ID and then bait preferences. Max your bait and skill, exactly. Change that to bait knowledge. There we go. Now we have the catch ID and the bait preferences for that. Not the greatest way to handle this, but change this to knowledge. There we go. Okay, if catch ID is equal to catch ID, we know that the row already exists. So we need to check if the knowledge that we have from the player is equal to the one we already know. In which case we don't need to update it. But if it isn't, we need to update it. So we need to go through bait preferences. And then do another for each loop, or learned bait. Current bait pref. And for each current bait pref, check if it's equal to learned bait. If true, we do nothing. Otherwise, we need to add it to that knowledge array element by reference. So let's do this. Current knowledge index. Updated bait. Info. Or I suppose we can just add unique. Like we don't even need to do this check. Or we can just append arrays, actually. Let me see here. And it should skip duplicates, right? I mean, they're hashed. I thought. Back up, back up, back up. Falling asleep? Should have been asleep. It's like 3 in the morning for you.
You, Bale!
Thank you, Egon. We really just need to go through current bait preferences, which are known. Add unique. Or just set backup. Even easier. If it's equal, set to bait preferences and then do a for each loop. Through the learned bait. And add unique here. Yeah. And then we can set by reference. So if we found the row, which we should set, change this to a for each loop with break. Uncompleted, break the loop. If we found the row, we'll grab the current knowledge index. Get a reference of local bait knowledge at that index. Set by reference. Catch ID and then updated bait info. And then go grab the game instance once again. And set bait knowledge equal to local bait knowledge. So that should work for updating knowledge that we already had. So if you knew that you could catch, river bream with barrel cactus N, but you discovered that you could also do it with the cut version of barrel cactus, which would make sense, then we'll update that knowledge, and it should be pretty seamless, since we will be simply taking what we already know from knowledge, setting it to a local variable, and then going through the learned bait, which maybe you read a book that unveiled normal and cut. Well, we already know normal, so it's not going to be able to add that because it already exists, right? It's add unique. It will add the new one. And then we're taking that updated bait info, setting by reference to the local copy of local bait knowledge, and then we're setting the game instance version of bait knowledge equal to the local one. Now the good thing is, adding in a completely new one. So if we didn't find the row, this one is pretty easy. We just take local bait knowledge, add unique, and set it equal to this. And then run the same thing. should work. Suppose we'll see. Then we need to add a function for getting bait knowledge. Although it's essentially get bait info. But instead of looking through the data table, we need to look through... Yeah, we'll do this. Delete this. And we'll refactor this. Get data table. Get game instance. Get bait knowledge. Let me think what we have to do here. And we'll need to check if what do we use row name for? We use row name for that. That shouldn't matter. Catch ID be the new one. We could still use it in this way. I don't think we would need that anymore since what we're saving is now directly linked. Rename that to catch ID. Theoretically, the player has no knowledge at the start of the game, so if I load this up... Oh. Hold on. What? What? Why is this? I didn't touch this. Why is it breaking? The hell? Somehow something I didn't touch or change anything on is failing to compile. Now it's not. What? Isn't this old though? I don't know if I use this anymore. Deleted old functions in dialog option widget. I don't think we use this one anymore. This was from when we... Yeah, this is old. This is from before narrative stuff. I don't know why it was saying it failed to compile though. It shouldn't even be in use. Weird. Very, very weird. Alright, we shouldn't have any information. We shouldn't have any knowledge of ingredients and their fishing abilities right now. Like, toadstool should be used to catch carp, but we don't know that. We don't have any information known. Is there a quick way that I can update that info? Let me go into the first person character. Keyboard J. Update bait knowledge. Catch ID, ing, firefin, trout. They're just with one of everything, just in the cabin. You can cheat in all ingredients, and you can cheat in potions. You can't currently cheat in junk. Mainly because there isn't much use for junk at the moment. Okay, I'll press J. That should have taught us that flame grass. I do not see it working. Firefin trout. That is the name of it, right? Is firefin trout? Yeah. ID lavender. No, it isn't. Lavender? Oh, is it like processing like a on mouse leave at the same time or some bullshit? That why? I mean, the information looked proper. How many fish do you have so far? Just 3 for testing. We'll add some more after we get the whole system working. Oh, because we're storing it as ing firefin trout, but not n. Why are we storing it like that? Because that's how I... I'm stupid. I'm stupid. Ignore it. Ignore it. It was a bug because I typed it in wrong when I was testing it. Who would have guessed? That's got to be the most embarrassing, right? I'm not causing a bug by my failure to code properly. I'm causing a bug by failing to properly test it. I mean, that's cringe. That's not good. It is also just coded poorly. One of the things standing in the way of our code working is normally just a typo, yeah, right? Flame grass in. Unless flame grass is 2 words. No, it shouldn't be because it's here. What? It should be functioning unless something else is going on. Let me check the UI. I think it's doing that right. We just need to update something on the UI. It's not even building that. No, if it... Check if bait no info. We know that this was working before. Catches caught by... This is obnoxious. Returning 0. So it is something with getting the bait knowledge. Which is weird because it should be... These are equal. I'm not losing my mind, am I? Yeah, it's passing true. How was it returning 0 then? Unless bait preferences is empty? But it shouldn't be. Because we update bait preferences. Hey, stop killing games! Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ross. If that's Ross. I really appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. How's it going? It's going great. How's it going with you? How's your Thursday? It is Thursday, right? Yes, it is Thursday. Oh, it's the other guy, Damian. How you doing, Damian? I love you guys. Why is it passing 0? Maybe it's not saving it. Let me print the length of bait preferences. Got a new Discord going? I just announced it and it's already on 1K. Dude, awesome. Did you guys have a Discord before? You should DM me an invite to that. I'd love to join. Oh, just for internal use. Well, that's pretty cool then. I'm sure it'll grow even more. Let's see, add all. Okay, so maybe it's not saving properly. It seems to be grabbing information properly, but it's not saving it properly. Let's just linktree/StopKillingGames. Nice, you can paste it here if you want. And if anybody else from my chat wants to join, they can. ING Flamegrass N. Why are you failing to save? You're at max discords? How do you even do that? What are you a part of? Catch ID, updated bait info. Oh, I see the issue. I see the issue. This needs to be set before. There we go. Because in the case that we didn't have the row name before, we need to have that information to shove into it. So I think it'll work now. Awesome. Thank you so much, Damian. You had to set up a second account? I admit, I actually do have 2 accounts for Discord. There's an official Microraptor Games account, but I don't use it for anything yet. It's there in case I get banned for my hot takes on gaming. which we all know will happen. Okay, this should be good. Let's test it out. Now we should have no info on the firefin trout yet. Beautiful. Let's add knowledge. And still nothing. Very beautiful. It's still bugged. I didn't booted from Twitter and Reddit for my spicy takes. I mean, it's not hard to get booted from Reddit, let's be honest. Weird. Flame grass, still nothing yet. Still outputting empty. Use your bot account for Reddit? I mean, wasn't it just recently, like, everybody who has been part of Asmongold's community has been booted from Dragon Age Veilguard, and I think one other. Some big, I mean, but that's just because there's only like 10 Reddit moderators, and they all moderate the same things. Like super mods. Reddit's been destroyed over the years. What will I do without the Veilguards, right? Yeah. Man, I was just so hyped to post my love for Dragon Age Veilguard. Just have a smart mouth. I mean, I do too. Let me see if these are actually getting properly. Should be. This should be working. Catch ID. Local bait knowledge. Oh, it's not even adding the updated bait info. Why? Learn to bait. I see the issue. I found it. Was inputting the wrong array. My bad. Try this again. I'm not listening to music without content ID in stream. Maybe. We're listening to Elder Scrolls music. If you play it low enough, you don't get caught by content ID. The thing is, I don't monetize my streams, so as long as they don't issue copyright strikes, I don't care if they do copyright claims. Because I don't have any ads, I'm not monetized on YouTube. It's not really a problem for me at the moment. Oh, hold on. I think I was testing it, but I never pressed J. Now we try it. There we go. Pot with flame grass, and flame grass catches firefin trout. Okay, good. Back to working. Join too many femboy servers, really? That's funny. Alright, now we have the knowledge system. I'm going to slightly rework the fish bait prefs to so that the row names are actually equal to the ingredient IDs. Which is probably how it should have been in the first place. Which means we'll need to rework the fishing spot. Is it our vote graph? Spain is surging today for some reason. Really? I wonder if some big YouTuber or something talked about it. Always lie, always perform immoral, illegal actions on a name that can't be traced back to you. Avoid. Shut up. Shut it. On bait fish type. Yeah, we're storing fish type as the bait name. We don't want to do that. We want to store it as the ingredient name. Spawn fish. Fish type. Let's trace back wherever we set this up. Here it is. ING River Bream N ING Carp N. I should have done this in the first place. It's just more consistent with the rest of the game. Now, do we at any point run an append here? Let me check. No. Choose fish to bite. Looks for the fish type. Okay, it should work then. What we'll need to do is, at the point where we do choose fish to bite, we'll need to update the player's knowledge of that. Aggression histogram by country. Oh, that's a cool graph that you have. November. Oh yeah, I see that. Spain. 1,000. Wow. Yeah, somebody must have talked about it. That's pretty cool. Your sanity this year. Is it anything to do with YouTubers who've noticed that this has little to do with YouTubers actually, unless they speak in that specific language? Oh, I think you mentioned that, yeah. I think you mentioned that to me. I can zoom in. Ooh. Huh. Can you trace the traffic back to specific sources? I don't know who set up this site, just showed up. Wait, it just showed up? You don't know who set it up? Produced with plotly.js. Huh. Pretty cool. I'll use it to plot the number of women that watch this stream. Oh wait, it would be empty. No, we have women viewers. Those are the votes per country, that's all the EU reports? Oh, okay. That's cool though. Oh, and yeah, it's only going to show EU countries. Okay. I was wondering about them. Like, I don't see US here or anything. Canada. Gotten a lot from Germany. Big number from Germany. Fishing spot. Choose fish to bite. Valid fish indices true. Fish index. It doesn't really help. I need to... Yeah, we can run it on choose fish to bite. So here's what we'll do. Spawned fish, get a copy at the index. Chosen fish index. Grab this fish and get the ID. And we have the bait, right? Current bait. Update fishing knowledge. Where is that? So what that should do is if you're able to catch a fish, if a fish will start to bite based on the bait that you just used, we should update the knowledge of that in the moment. So let's cheat this a little bit. Go grab our game instance. Current fishing bait is none. Let's set it to ing flamegrass n. And if a firefin trout spawns, which we can boost that up in the chances. The moment one starts to bite, we should update that knowledge. So we don't have it right now. If we go to the flame grass, no knowledge. Let's go fish. My mom does like to watch. She apparently watches a lot of my VODs too, like at work. Pretty funny. Who put the beach ball in the water? Was that you? Take it back. We'll catch our fishy. Doesn't matter if we catch it or not. We know that it bit, so that's when we update the knowledge. There we go. Firefin trapped. Let me run it again just to make sure that it doesn't duplicate or anything. Play it safe. Nope, we're good. We're good on that front. Okay, that's really awesome. We'll want to be able to obtain this knowledge from books as well and from NPCs, so what I'll do is I'll make a narrative. I'll make a narrative event, although we'll need it for books too. I don't have that in the books yet. I only have it so that when you open a book, we save certain knowledge. Maybe we'll just set it up for that right now. I've read a book. Can you pet the fish? I don't think so. Our update fishy knowledge function probably is going to, or update bait knowledge, sorry. Be learn all for catch ID. I'll do that, and then if that is true, we can insert a catch ID and force it to read the fish bait preferences data table. So I'll do this. Learn all for catch ID. Our game really needs is orbs. Orbs? What kind of orbs? Just orbs? Just any orb? Would you consider the planet, sun, and moon orbs? Because we do have those. But I don't think I have any other orbs. A data table row for fish bait prefs at catch ID. Just any orb. Okay, we can add some orbs. Some magical orbs or something. Pretty cool. Maybe it's part of like the environmental puzzles. So when you throw potions and such, maybe there are like some orbs you have to light up with potions of aether light. Oh. It's a bug. Like maybe there's like an orb up here, you gotta light it up and stuff. Oops. Forgot I was doing that. That'd be kind of fun. X.com orb facts? What is this? Is this your account? What is this? What crazy weird... That's yours? You're just posting about orbs? I love it, man. Orbs. Is this the game with the Keck W shrine? It is. You want to see the Keck W shrine? I'll take you to it. But before I forget, let me update the bug I just found. I gotta fix that. You can add potions to hotbar when not hovering over them. Alright, first you gotta get back here, and then there should be a little dirt path that is kind of noticeable. Leading off into the woods. Here it is. And if you follow this, you'll find a set of stairs which lead to the Keck Shrine. Now this looks very innocuous at first. It's just a shrine, right? What's so special about it? Well, it turns out if you stand in the middle and you aim at these mysteriously placed rocks, which may or may not spell Keck if you look at them from the right angle. Stand in the middle, look in this direction for 10 seconds, and our Lord and Savior should appear. Beautiful, right? I spent like an hour and a half working on that. Pretty great. It's a masterpiece. It's cool. Thank you. The Keck W checker, I call it. We have to do a lot of checks here because I need to specifically stop it from working if the player looks a different direction or steps outside of the box. So yeah, it was kind of a little bit of a headache. But it works. Okay, we don't need that anymore. We know the knowledge is working. What we need to do is if we're forcing learn all for catch ID, so we grab the catch ID bait preferences, break, set updated bait info equal to the bait preferences. And then we should be able to run this again. Yeah. Welcome to the cult. Okay, that should work. So what we can do, we use children blueprints for all of the books. So if we make a new book, data books, DT books, call it B fishing knowledge. For right now, I'll just duplicate a base book. BP book, fishing knowledge. We can run specific unique code on each of these children. Yeah, I should be able to run on interact, call to parent function. Update bait knowledge. Learn all for catch ID. And we can put this in here for specifically each one, or we can just do a custom variable on here. We could also just for each loop through all of the fish bait preferences right now. What I'll do though for the meantime is just do fish knowledge to give. Get for each loop. And we'll just run that. Okay, icon. You reuse that. Name and description. B underscore fishing knowledge name. Description. Fishing knowledge book. Go throw this down by the hut. Fish knowledge to give. We can kind of make this a little bit deeper, so on each page that we see, we can give that information, but right now I'll just keep it to, you just learn all of it, right? Class defaults. Fishing knowledge. What do we want to call this book? Fishing for idiots. Are you an idiot? Do you want to learn how to fish? This is the book for you. And I just remembered this is actually not where we read the strings from. There we go. We can re-import that, and that book should be working. Unless I missed something. Run custom. Hold on a sec. Run custom code on. Why did I set that up? Selectable custom. Custom interaction logic. Okay, I can probably do a function override on that. So rather than relying on event interact, we should be able to run this. Run custom code only without loot. I think that'll work. Yeah. So let's assume that we wrote this book with, you know, things inside of it that are relevant for us. Fishing for idiots. Are you an idiot? Yes. Do you want to learn how to fish? Also, yes. This is the book for you. Okay. And the moment we pick it up, we should now have all the fishing knowledge. I see no fishing knowledge. Exceptional. Did it actually run that code or not? No, it did not. Hmm. Yeah, Masterbook is said to run custom code only. if that works. It's weird. It should be functioning. On event interact. It might be because we do an override on interact. There we go. Fixed it. That should mean when we open up this book now, we should learn all of the current fishing bait preferences. Not working. Again, I put the wrong array in. Why do I constantly do this? It's not updated bait info. We need to set learned bait. Oh my god. Well, yeah, I see the issue here. I can fix it just by doing this. Alright. Now we should get that info. There we go. Where's River Bream? Here we are. Okay. That's working. A couple of additional issues to fix though that I saw. Reading books provides no context. Tooltip info. I mean, I need to fix the input for the reading the books anyway. And for some reason on this ingredient info panel, we don't have the hover values for this, although that might not be an issue. They're more useful here. This needs to be moved up. Ingredient info tab on Alchemy HUD needs moving up. Because I think it's a separate one. Yeah, these are two, they're the same widget. This one's just moved down a bit, and it's conflicting with the tooltips down here. Night vision potion. Sweet night vision and restore stamina potion. Adrenaline dram of the cat. I like it. Okay, and book shows up here. Fishing for idiots. Wonderful. Book not found. Wait, what? That was weird. Hold on a sec. I think I mistyped it. Fishing, yeah, I did. Okay, we can save knowledge, we can read knowledge. These are two very important parts of our fishing. Book with fish and preferred bait. We have this. The bait selection menu is going to be the only other blocker for adding trapping into the game. I don't know what that should look like. We were talking about that yesterday. We can't filter the bait based on what the player knows, right? Because the player might not know what can catch what. Sometimes one spends cabling this and getting confused by the control flow. You think just editing the source code would be more effective than a graphical interface? To some extent, it depends on the complexity. I think that a more traditional coder would probably be more familiar with the C, although I think that it is still quicker to prototype things with blueprints than with traditional code. I mean, ideally, your finished game will have a mix of that, right? So you'll have some blueprints, and then your coders will start to take the more complex things and push them over to the source code, where the architecture is infinitely better in core code. Made selection menu. What could this look like? Simple stuff? Yeah. Simple stuff, it's a few clicks. Ideally, I would say like a good finished product in Unreal should have like maybe at least 80% core code, 20% blueprints or less. But you can make full games in blueprints. You just have to realize that architecture and organization are horrendous with blueprints. Horrendous. No matter how good of a blueprinter you are, this is where it struggles. We could use a similar setup here. This whole panel needs updating though, so that we can actually just sort things by base type or show the amount that you own on here. This is very much first iteration of our ingredient inventory. And I mean, I cheated in all the ingredients, so it's not really representative of a proper playthrough. We should be able to reuse something similar and probably even reuse this widget for displaying them. We'll just need a different setup for choosing the bait. Let's see here. Inventory list. UI fishing, bait selection. Hey, let's go. How you doing? How did they even let you put that many O's in your name? And zeros. We could make this part of the fishing HUD. Let me think here. Let me think. Probably would be the wisest. Alright, let's delete potions, delete the spacer, delete this. We probably don't even need a button at all. We'll just put a text box up there. It's the max character count for a Twitch name. It's crazy. Maybe I'm too used to RuneScape where they only allow like 15 characters for a RuneScape username, which is wild. Select ingredient to use as bait. I'd still like to show the tooltip as well, so I don't see anything preventing us from doing that. As long as we put this menu over to the left-hand side. We should be able to show the tooltip. Yeah. Yeah, I think we can. Let's wrap this with a vertical box. Throw a button down. Throw text in. You know what? I'll even wrap this with 2 borders. We'll put a bit of padding between the top and bottom here. So let's do padding 25. Select bait. Content padding of 1. Brush color black. Should put a little ring around the outside. Looks a bit awkward though without the rounded edges. I think I can fix that. Hit a huge progress moment last night. Built your weapon trace component in C and followed Gorka's RPG tutorials for equipment and weapons. Took 2 weeks. I was able to learn how to edit the traces socket array from the event graph. Dude, nice. What does that allow you to do? What are you tracing for with the weapon? Like, what you're firing at? So you're doing like a hit scan type weapon? What is rounded box? Ugh. Looks bad. You know what? I will do the 2 borders. Outer content padding of 1. Inner border content padding, let's do 5. And that can be the same color as this one. And of each melee weapon have a different sized hit scan box. Oh, nice. That's really cool. I've never heard of the Gorka's RPG tutorials though. I admitted I have not. I don't really follow that many. Probably kind of stupid of me, but. I don't like how that looks. Is that really the same color that I use throughout the rest of my game? No, I use a darker green here. Sure, let's just use different colors. Whatever, prototype. Not gonna be part of the final game anyway. B select bait. Yeah, we'll want to do the same thing here. Grab all ingredients for each. Create and then add child. Have to switch to. Wait, what was setup item tab? Okay. Set selected, update panel. Let me try this. Hey Matt Chirpy, how you doing today? Sorry, I'm like locked in right now. All good, how are you? I am doing well. Hyper focused. You don't need the inventory ref. Switch info panel. Create local variable. Delete that. Switch to ingredients. This series of 45 plus lectures building an Assassin's Creed-esque RPG. That's crazy. What does the end result look like? The inventory? Oh, yeah, I guess we might need that. Let me just try this. I've been doing game dev since September. Never coded before using UE5. I'm still in tutorial hell, but I feel like I've been progressing really well. It sounds like it, yeah. It definitely sounds like that. I'm gonna be honest, I think it takes years and years and years before you get super comfortable with Unreal. It takes a lot of practice, and then they put out a new update, right? And then it's like, okay, well now I have to learn some new editor that they added. Recently, they just added a new one for like metahuman stuff. It's crazy. Ooh, ow. People have been asking me to do some tutorials on stream for Blueprint, like giving some basics. I just don't know how much they would really like benefit from it. I don't think there's anything that I could teach that wouldn't already exist in like 10,000 different forms on YouTube. But if people want it, I can do it. Hey, Datu. You're still awake, man?
What's up, guys?
It's pretty good. That's pretty good for like a base survival game type thing, and it's teaching you how to make it too, which is a hell of a lot better than, you know, buying some pre-made project and then not knowing what to do with it. This is cool. This is good. Yeah, that's nice. Oh, it's fine. You can send me whatever. I mean, I definitely got it. I think that's great. That's a nice series. It's a lot of videos to watch, though. You really should clear items first, though. Get clear children. Item list B, select bait. Okay. Do we have a fishing HUD, or I think I just threw it all in the main HUD. I could throw the bait selection menu on there too. Hey, Discord, no. You get something good? Oh, you got DS2 done. Dude, nice. That's huge. Now you can finally do Vorkath, huh? Dying 6 times? Yeah, I mean, that happens. Galvik is kind of an asshole, isn't he? I think the most important thing for me is still try to understand everything I'm doing. When I started off with tutorials, I would just half-consciously copy what they did. Yes, I agree with you, Matt Chirpy. I also felt in the same spot. Once you learn, like, the basic ways to communicate, I think that Unreal starts to open up once you start to realize, okay, this is how I can save data, this is how I can get data, this is how I can communicate between blueprints. And then it's all just kind of optimizing that flow, making sure you don't paint yourself into too many corners, and, you know, learning better coding practices, right? Hmm. What happens if I pull the bait selection menu up right now? Out of curiosity. $600K down the drain. Well, go do some Vorkath. You'll make that 600K back in no time. I think Vorkath right now is probably one of the most... Probably the most valuable... it's not bad. He was up a bit more, I think, when Superior Dragon Bones were more expensive. Oh no, they are still extremely expensive. Yeah, he's still worth doing. 170K per KC. Over 4 mil profit an hour. That's wild. I should do some of that this weekend. It's crazy. That button looks really bad. Size is okay, button looks terrible. We'll fix the button though after we get this sorted out. I'm just trying to think of where we specifically want to put this, because if I put it in different places, it could cause different issues. For instance, right now, if the player opens the inventory, we hide the tutorial and close it. Like this. And return it back if it was open before. We would need to do the same thing for the bait selection menu, which we can do. But if I'm making a bait selection menu and we have other menus, I might as well just take the fishing mini game and move it over to like a fishing HUD that we use specifically for this. Yeah, let's do that. I'm trying to avoid it, but it's probably the smarter option. We do it for the alchemy too. Fishing minigame. Size to content. Move this over here. got center screen position. Okay, bait selection menu here. Size to content. Let's do this the same way that we have the inventory set up. $70.56 anchor in the upper left. Yeah, that button is really ugly. Oh, we'll fix the button. Don't worry about the button. Ignore the button. I delete this, it's going to mess up the fishing spot. Start fishing minigame. Actually, it won't. When we hover over these... Oh, that's a problem. Because here's the thing, the inventory itself uses a separate info panel. But no, the inventory should still be there. Right? We don't destroy it. No, it would still be visible. Game HUD. Okay, so this is what we'll do. Create the widget, create the fishing HUD, add to viewport, set visibility. On the fishing spots when we start fishing. Set up fishing. We'll load up the HUD, set it to not hit testable. And on end fishing, we can hide it. Won't worry about that. This is a non-issue. A little messy, isn't it? We'll fix that. Alright, that's a bit better. Still a little awkward, but better. In here. It's gonna set the whole thing to be visible though, including the bait selection menu. And right now what we want to do is when we start fishing, open up the bait selection menu, all the players select the bait, and then we begin the actual fishing. There's some of this that we want to run independently. Primarily, we don't want to do the bobber. Set up fishing visuals. Set up fishing. This needs to be done independently and initially. This too. We'll want a new fishing state as well for bait selection. Let's see. Bait selection. Fishing. Update fishing status. Sorry, yeah, I got fishing status. Where's my fishing status? There it is. Rodovia, thank you. Okay, bait selection. Set it up. Before we get too crazy, let's move the player start over there. Okay, good start. We actually need to tell it to build that up. Turn after minigame. Why is fishing spot ref? Not working. We'll fix that. Whatever is causing it, we'll fix it. Let me close some things because I can't even see what I'm looking at. That's not needed. Fishing spot. Ingredient info panel. Might be needed. This shouldn't be. First person character shouldn't be. Book, no. Master book, no. Collectible. I know why. Because on construct we set timer by function update bobber. And on tick we do check progress. What we should be doing is get fishing status if it is equal to the fishing minigame. We should be checking that. I should prevent the error. Perfect. Fishing minigame by default should be collapsed. We only want to make it visible when the player is actually doing the minigame, right? Start fishing minigame. If it's valid, set visibility. Oh, I do have a set to show self, non-hit testable. And then end mini game. Okay, so it's already set up. Already set up. Context. When we first load the player into this, we need to allow them to use their mouse. Once they select bait, though, we can put them back into the game. We can hide the mouse, or at least just hide the mouse cursor. We don't want to set input UI only. We just want to show mouse cursor and hide mouse cursor. Yeah. Okay. Good. Okay, you have downloaded. I could have sworn they had 2D templates, but not anymore. They used to, however. Let me find something for you. Oh god, where did I put them? Here it is. Somebody remade a 2D side-scroller template and a 2.5D game template and added it back in. Oh, as a patron, you can get access to the advanced 2D, 3D hybrid version of this. And also the top-down 2D template. Wonder how much that is. How do I see? Well, I'll share it with you. And I don't know how much it is. You can tell me if on like another screen if you have a Patreon account. I'm kind of curious. But the basic one, you'll get access to the 2D side scroller, and you can pay on the Patreon to get access to the 2.5D and then the top-down 2D. And they both use PaperZD plugin, which is free. And then you just download the zip, you extract it into your Unreal install / templates folder. And then they should appear. Okay, on widget. Where is it? Fishing HUD. We want to grab the... Okay, what was it called? Bait selection menu. Setup widget. Although I don't think we have it doing anything yet, right? No, it should be. It should be creating based on all the ingredients that we have. Okay, obviously there are a few issues here. That's fine. I should set input to UI and game. Set input mode, game, and UI. Widget to focus would be... we just do the whole thing. Give it a shot. It's $12. It's not bad. Especially if the templates are good, it's not bad. And if you get access to every future version of it, that would be great too. Yeah, I think it's reasonable. I think he's gonna make a lot of money. $12 for each purchase of that. But hey, it's work that I don't want to do. I don't want to set up all that bullshit for a new game, right? So you know what? Fair enough. Look, I paid $300 for Fluid Flux. I can't complain. Yeah, Fluid Flux. Kind of expensive. Oh, wait, now it's $350. Wonderful. Yeah. Yep. Keep that in mind. You can buy it cheaper as making it self on hourly basis. Fine. That's true. Yeah, I think, you know, I think $12 for, you get 3 templates. You get normal 2D side scroller, you get 2.5D, and you get 2D top down. And it's all set up. Apparently with like working inputs and everything too. So, you know what? Worth it. All right. Inventory item on hover though is not functioning. And I think it's because the inventory is hidden. Good point, Bless 3D. A really good point. I agree. Sea milk for potions. Oh fuck, I don't want to make the inventory visible though. It would be so janky. It would be so janky. I'd have to make it visible, but only... I don't want to do it. It would be easier just to duplicate the inventory item and customize the code. Except that that defies every known logic of coding. I'm gonna do it. To make it work right after you buy it, and that might cost more time than just making whatever it is. You apparently don't. From what was said about those templates, they're just, you just load them up and they should be working. And it saves a lot of time on setting up the engine files in order to function well with 2D in the first place. Theoretically, it should save a lot of time. Oh, you're mocking some other dev? It's templates for 2D side scroller, top down, and 2.5D in Unreal. Which is $12. Let's select it. For item object. Bait for each. This is really stupid of me to do. But it is a prototype. It's more complex when you try to implement some bought stuff later in project. Yeah. Basic one that the GitHub is free code, downloads up. Yeah. Yeah, so you can at least get like 2D side scroller for free. The only ones that cost are the 2.5D and the top down 2D. And show selected item. heard they were working on the in-engine isometric camera. Yes, they are apparently. There is no known information on when that will come out, though. The orthographic rendering. Oh, it's actually in there as experimental. You may be able to enable it via plugins, potentially. Let's see it there. It's just part of a camera? Oh yeah. Oh. Okay. I mean, they did say it was experimental. I guess, what a great experiment. I'm glad I experimented. Basic Duty side scroller does have basic inputs and looks really cool. Nice. That's good to hear. Sounds like it's well worth the $12 then, if that is so well made. Alright, where is the bait selection menu? So instead, make the bait inventory item. Okay, that should be fine. That's selected. Update panel. Fox character already has idle animation? Jesus. Good template. So I could put within the fishing HUD really stupid idea. User specified. We know which one though. Inventory ref. At what locations do we use inventory ref? Which info panel? Let me go to the bathroom real quick. And then I'll update this. And hopefully cause no bugs. God forbid I cause any bugs. Oh. I'm back. Careful. Careful, Mr. Green Screen. Are you moaning? Don't moan. Bad. Bad. Yeah, rather than grabbing that info panel, I want to grab the one that is on the fishing HUD. And grab that info panel. And I just hope that there are no points throughout like the inventory where I switch info. Need to do that. Set selected, switch info panel. Only if it's empty. We'll just set its visibility to collapsed. Or just run a select node on visibility based on the output of is not empty. True set to visible, false collapsed. A little bit of spaghetti here. Where's the HUD? Default is collapsed. What if I had ingredients? There we go. Clicking them is causing an issue. Oh, I know why. I know why. The function override for get mouse button down or on mouse button down was actually preventing an issue. I forgot about that. Yeah. Okay, all we need to do is run update panel and then just return handled. Beautiful. We don't have any way to back out of this menu at the moment. We'll have to deal with the tutorial widget appearing. I mean, granted, you can just press E, but it would be nice if we put that on the HUD down here. Actually, why do we... Why is that getting rid of the HUD? Of the, Oh, I know why. I know why. Part of the context tooltip, wherever that is. Context controls. We added a new fishing state. You know, I should put a like a bit of a warning in there. Where if this result it's equal to nothing, we should put like an error, no context for this state. Whatever. Look how much I care. See it? Look again. Crazy, right? Okay, that's working. You can exit it. The button's kind of fucked up. Tutorial doesn't close properly. We should handle that in the same way that we handle the inventory for the player. A little awkward though, isn't it? Detective tutorial widget expanded. Oh, I didn't actually know that I made a function for that. Pretty funny. I could throw that in the fishing spot. In setup fishing. Should open tutorial after bait selection. Got a rare fish boost. Let's get some fish. It isn't fishing for me. Wait, do none of these work? Oh, that worked. Weird, I have to type it manually. Okay, so after bait selection, then we can grab this float, or I'm sorry, this boolean, and reopen it back up. Blue discus? Get out of here. Blue discus. That should mean while the tutorial's open, closed, beautiful. On setup widget 2, we will do a fishing spot ref. Update fishing bait. Hey Discern, been a while, how are you doing? Update bait. Get all widgets of class. Inventory item bait. For each with break. Or, you know what, we could just return, right? We don't need a break. Need to grab is selected. If true, we should be able to get the index, right? Yes, get inventory index. Get ingredient from index. Exhaust in the middle of a slow ass move. You moving to a new place? A new living location? Thong is a flip flop? Yes. Thought it's a type of panties? Yes. Yes. Both. Yes. Thong is the British term for flip flop. If I'm not mistaken. Though you will hear Americans sometimes call them thongs. But also, yes. Now this is fine. We will need to put in some information of whether or not the player actually has any ingredients to use as bait. Which we don't have information on that right now. We could disable the button based on that info, so maybe we'll do it this way. On setup widget, is index valid? Do set is enabled. That should work. If the player doesn't have any bait or, you know, any ingredients to use as bait, then they can't select any bait, and the only thing they can do is exit fishing. I Totally gutted the downstairs, tore down the walls, and totally rebuilt it. We're not moving back downstairs. We're going to be renting the upstairs, but my parents don't want to part with anything. So basically, you're moving everything from downstairs to upstairs. So it doesn't even, if that's true, it probably doesn't even feel like you're really moving. But you still have to move everything, and sadly it is all upstairs and not downstairs. So you're just walking upstairs with heavy shit over and over and over again. If I'm understanding that correctly. Let's see if this works. Yeah. Disabled. Ingredients. Enabled. Already moved everything upstairs and into a shed out the back, but now that the renovations are over, we have to move back downstairs. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. That's annoying. Parents are hoarders, they have a ton of stuff they don't need. Mine too. Nice sniff. Parents action hoarders, like, can you see the floor? They're okay, they're not that bad. If your parents are that bad, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. That must be frustrating and exhausting. I can tell it to set up fishing visuals. Is that what I actually want to do, though? Really is, geez. Your parents' dragons. Raptors. That's stuff I need to get rid of too. It rubs off and I hate it. Yeah. I think that is one of those, nurture things, right? It's not something you're really born with. It's something that you learn and get taught. That should show the bobber. Set visibility of the bait selection menu to collapsed. I don't think we want to go back to input mode game only, right? We would want to do game and UI, we just wouldn't want the mouse. Oh yeah, we never. Okay. One thing at a time. Hoarding behavior is often a result of trauma of some kind, like the shed we built in the backyard is the size of a 2-car garage, and it's so full you can't walk in there. We're not related by chance, are we? That is also the size of the garage slash barn in my parents' property that may or may not also be full of things. Eerily similar. This is not the way that I want to be related to Just Throne. Like maybe we could have been born in the same month or something, or the same year, or we like the same flavor of ice cream. Not our parents have hoarding tendencies and have filled the size of 2-car garages with their junk. 31st October. Wait, I'm gonna play. Is your birthday really Halloween? That's pretty cool if so. Really? That's pretty awesome. Happy belated birthday, by the way. You're definitely way younger than me. Okay. That's why Pumpkinhead, dude. That's nice. I like that. That's pretty cool. So, do you always do like Halloween themed parties and stuff, or do you try to do something that isn't Halloween? Merry birth, miss. I'm almost 30. I can't be that much younger than you, Discern. I'll be 30 in like a month. Kinda. I can imagine it would get a little bit tiresome, right? Like my birthday's in December and I don't have Christmas themed birthdays. Close that. What we also need to do is fishing mini game. I'd rather just do a fishing HUD reference. About a decade or so. Damn. Old boy. Or girl. Old person. Although, you know, I think that I have more in common with your generation than with the generation ahead of me. I'm gonna be honest. Kids these days are going absolutely crazy. Can't name 3 countries. Can't even say what borders the US. How many stars are on our flag? Really? Replace them either Gen X or Millennial, depending on who you ask. Can't say or don't care. Could be both. Any more references to that? Here. I agree with you. I agree. But I think a baseline level of knowledge is... I mean, random trivia is weird, right? Because I think that some people will think, oh, I'm super smart, I know random trivia. Like, we have... No. But at the same point... I think you should know... certain things. You know, you should be able to do basic math. You should be able to say how many stars are on the US flag if you're an American, right? It's not like it's a trick question. It's a pretty easy number to remember. And I would hope that in school you would be taught, you know, how many states there are. You may not be able to place every single one, right? Some of them can be a little confusing. You know, you have your, which one's Wyoming, which one's Colorado. Some of the eastern side, you might, it's like, which one's Vermont, which one's New Hampshire. But you should be able to place at least 45 of them if you're an American. I only know America has 50 states because people often refer to Australia as 51st state. But I mean, you're not American. I would say that if you're Australian, you should be able to name all of the provinces of Australia. They're called provinces, right, in Australia? You should be able to name them and place them. I don't think there are that many in Australia anyway, right? States. Oh, there's states. States and territories. How many do you have? How many states and territories? Not provinces. Thank you for correcting that. Fishing visuals. Get the HUD ref. Get the info panel. Would you say that it would be really sad if Australian kids could not name all of those? Forgot one. Ignoring that. Ignoring that. Look, you're old. The excuse is you're old. The excuse is you're old and you have adult things to worry about. These are kids, they have nothing. We can unite in these excuses. Yeah, they have Pokemon to play. Exactly. Not hiding my cursor. It's way more important than The state they live in? Okay, what about... Do you think that kids should be expected to know which two countries' mainland US borders? Which would just be US. You don't expect them to know? Like mainland US? I even need to know, but you should know of Canada and Mexico. Like, I think there'd be enough knowledge in the first 18 years of your life to know about Canada and Mexico. I'm not saying they can't look it up. But I think there's got to be a... I mean, come on. It's basic geography. You can't go the first 18 years of your life and not know that to the north is Canada and to the south is Mexico. Yeah, at the very least, cultural osmosis. I mean, you should also know, like, just because of the border crisis, that people are coming from Mexico. And there's so much of our... I don't know, maybe I was born in Wisconsin, right? So we were up there next to Canada. So Canada is just kind of, it's always there for us. I don't know, it's weird. There is a border crisis. There absolutely is. I mean, the numbers don't lie on that one. We don't need this open. On end fishing. Bid open tutorial get. I mean, I don't know what else to call it except for a crisis. And when there's like millions of people crossing over every, just in the last year, I think. Like, that's a crazy number. Especially know that in Brazil we speak Portuguese, not Brazilian or Spanish. Is it considered I mean, you call it Portuguese. Do you consider it Brazilian Portuguese? Or do you guys in Brazil just say Portuguese? I've heard that there is some argument over which one is the real one, but I don't know if that's true or not. It's like a local wait, it's a dialect of Portuguese, I think is what it's considered, right? Is it like American and British? Yes, exactly. Yeah. It's a very similar thing. Just like different words and maybe a little bit of different grammar in some cases. But I'm not the one you should take at face value there. Fucking up our planet? Who is fucking up the planet? I'm not. Are you? Everyone? I didn't do it. Maybe you guys did. I didn't do it. For mentioning other Portuguese speaker countries, I'd say Brazilian Portuguese because it has its peculiarities. Otherwise, I'd say Portuguese. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I try my best not to. I grew up in the generation where in school we were doing the recycle rap for our parents. So, God, it bothers me when I see people littering, and I see it in Poland. Holy shit. Just keep in mind, it's like the odd random Janusz, right? The random guy who doesn't give a shit about anything, and he's old, like in his 60s or 70s or something, and it's so wild to see. It's so wild. Just somebody will like just toss something on the ground, just like huh. And I'm just sitting there watching like, are you fucking serious? Want to know a not so fun fact about recycling? Sure, lay it on me. Lay it on me. Lay it on thick. Why is it not hiding the mouse cursor? Even in Germany, every fucking garden is some trash someone else threw in the street. Yeah, like I can understand, it's happened to me too, right? Like if the wind's really high, or I put something in my pocket in my coat, and I realize later that it's gone and it must have fallen out. Sometimes it happens, right? It's just an accident. But there's a big difference between an accident and feeling bad about it, and then casually throwing something into the grass. Ireland is shit for recycling. Is that true? Shots fired at Ireland? Why is it not resetting that? We live in Ireland for over 8 years. It's pretty cool. Maybe I actually do set. Almost nothing is actually recycled, basically only aluminium stuff. There was a time when China was taking plastic bottles to be recycled into cheap products. So much that they aren't taking it anymore, it's all just going into landfill. Oof. And it's still being recycled because it's easier to resmelt than it is refining it from virgin box. It's not bauxite, is it? It's not bork. It's close. It's not bauxite though. Isn't it bauxite? Bauxite. Yeah. Borksite. I heard borksite. I'm like borksite? Like bork? Like a dog? How you doing, Mr. Fibo? Something with my inputs. He's pooping. Handle inputs begin. Handle inputs end. You pronounce it Borksite over here? I fucking love the way Australians pronounce things. I don't know. Australia has just some great fucking words. I love it. I think Australian English, hot take, might be the best version of English that ever exists. Way too many deadly animals. Well, you know, it's a trade-off, right? Yeah, when we end fishing, we need to return it. Okay. I see the issue. Let's begin fishing. English is a mess, but I love it. Yeah, I do too. I have no patience, though, for native speakers who can't get a handle of it. I definitely do not judge non-native speakers, ever, for their English. Native speakers I will judge very harshly. Native bees, no stingers? How did that happen? Non-natives always know their English as shit. They do, but I think they also worry that they'll be judged for it. And at least here in Poland, and I've, you know, a couple of people that I know in Germany, I've had to just remind, like, I do not judge you for your English. It is not your native language. Everyone judges people who are fat in the gym? Yeah. No, I had it right the first time. Yeah, I did. I broke it on accident. Hold on. I love about English is that you can speak it in the thickest accent and still be understood. Yeah, it has a very... The way I describe it is that it has a very low barrier of entry. to understanding, so people who are native speakers can understand really, really broken English. I don't give a fuck about accents. When I was learning English, I couldn't understand Indians. I've heard stuff like that. I've heard a lot of people who were learning English who, for instance, couldn't tell the difference between British and American English accents, which to me blows my mind. I know some people still can't tell between Australian and British, although I think most of that depends not on on accent but on word usage. Very interesting stuff. Can I get a carp to spawn, please? Or are these only flame fin? Oh. Okay, let me fix that. I think it's still spawning flamefin tuna from when it was really high. No? What fish are in here? Hmm. I wonder if Starlink will end up being cheaper in Australia than some of the other internet options. $75 a month? In Poland, you can pay about $20 a month for about 1 terabyte down. You would not get Starlink? I haven't heard issues. I've just heard that it's expensive. It's good if you don't have any other options, but if you have other options, they're probably usually cheaper. I pay about 20 a month right now for this. So, yeah. I'll take it. I will take it. Stalker 2? No problem. Why didn't that update? But it should run the move fish to bobber again on spawn, right? On fish spawn? Move fish to bobber. It should. But I want to run it again on... Hold on. Interact, move fish to bobber. We don't want to do that yet. Shit. Oh, that's Firefin trout. Never mind. Never mind. We're good. We're good. Okay. Okay, it's updating. There's a few things we need to do. If you successfully catch the fish, or if you miss the fish, we want to consume the bait. We could always do a percentage chance, but for now I will always consume the bait. Which should be pretty easy to do. Move fish to bobber. Delete fish at index. Consume bait. Get current bait. Get annoyed at the waste of bandwidth at 60 FPS on a video stream. So 24 down, and that's the fastest you can get. Why would you not look at how much is Starlink? Where are you in Australia? I just look for Australia. Oh, there's a map. Top. Drag, okay. Brisbane. What would the speeds be? 139 Australia dollars a month. See, and that's the issue. I would imagine that's so much more expensive than what you're paying now. I mean, yeah, you can get better internet, but is that worth it? I don't know. Probably not if you're in the city or something. Yeah, it's nearly double. What would the speeds be, though? Don't even know. 10 times speed? Yeah, I mean, it would for sure be faster. It wouldn't be worth it. Wireless and satellite is almost always worse than wired. Do you have a lot of problems, though, in Australia where you might have a heavy storm that would knock out the satellite? Ping's bad? I'm getting a reception right now. There's a massive storm. Okay. That's unfortunate. We need Starlink, but in wired form. Oh wait, I just invented C cables. Earthlink. Don't give him ideas. He'll do it. He'll use Boring Company to drill holes underneath Earth's crust. What do we want to do with this? We want to get and fishing bait. We do want to delete that. The problem is we don't know. All we can do is get ingredient amount. Well, I could update ingredient inventory, right? Is being removed. I don't think I need amount to add in this case, if it's being removed. No, I don't. It will just subtract 1. We can then grab ingredient amount, and if it's greater than 0, we can continue fishing. In which case we just return. Otherwise we need to jump back to the bait selection menu. Wait, what are we? Wait, what are we talking about with 24 versus 60 FPS? What are you saying about 60 FPS videos? Because I can 100% tell the difference between a 60 FPS video and 24. And depending on what I'm watching, I always prefer more FPS. Unless it's like, you know, animated or something, you know, where the stylization is important. But I definitely can. Like your eyes can tell a difference between 60 and 30. I mean, you remember when they released The Hobbit and they had sections of The Hobbit in 60 FPS? Or if you watch like any anime intros, which are usually in 24, although they are animated sometimes in different sets with different frame amounts. But The Hobbit would be a good example. If you watch The Hobbit and you notice the 60 FPS sections of the movie, you would tell. Kick player back to bait menu. It was only 40? I thought it was 60. $48. Yeah, that's weird. Yeah, it was closer. I thought it was 60. But it says it was using some weird algorithm. So wait, you're saying that when you watch a YouTube video in like just regular 1080p, right, which will be 30 FPS, and then versus 60 FPS, you don't see the difference of that? Start fishing. Update fishing status to bait selection. But I rerun setup fishing. Should be able to. Although I wouldn't want to run this again. Oh, well, that wasn't the convo. This is why 24 FPS in movies look enough, but in games look shit, and we already solved this. Okay, yeah, sorry. You can unfollow now. You have permission. I wasn't understanding, okay. When you turn on a fan, the blades are a blur. When things are recorded on video, the blur is baked into the video. Games can't create that on the fly, so they have to move things faster to create the blur in your vision. I mean, they can use motion blur. But usually the better implementations of motion blur are per object motion blur and not just general motion blur. Because there's some things you don't want to blur because it'll make the game look worse, and there are some things you want to blur. No, it's not. Regular motion blur is shitty. Per object motion blur, if done correctly, can look really good. And depth of field is also a waste of fucking energy. Unless it's like a cinematic. So when people complain, yeah, I agree. It's color tits. No, we're agreeing. We are in, I think we're in agreement. If not, it's a fucking cunt. But it's okay, I can say that because he's Australian. That's a term of endearment. It's okay. When he's good, he's a shagger. When he's bad, he's a cunt. Actually, cunt is a term of endearment, so either way. Yeah, for today, take care, Blister D. See you tomorrow? Yes. If should open tutorial is already true, should I skip it? Probably. So I could just rerun setup fishing. I'll be late tomorrow. I shouldn't be. I had to do a little bit of cleaning and preparation. Okay, look, it's all because of the beans. I had to soak new beans today for chili, but we ran out of chili. I had the last bowl of chili this morning, but I had to then soak the crock pot in the sink, but the sink was full of dirty dishes, so I had to remove the clean dishes from the dishwasher, put the dirty dishes in, then set that up to soak so I could clean it later today, and then set up the beans to soak so that they'd be ready for the evening when I make the new set of chili. That's why I was late today. It's because of beans. It's always because of beans. Everything in my life, good or bad, is because of beans. It can be traced back to beans. Am I saying beans too much? I don't think so. It's all the beans. My point, well, you will definitely notice a frame drop in a real-time game. In a video, it's a waste of bandwidth. Someone who lives in a place with terrible internet, it annoys me. I don't know. I notice it. I mean, I'm not going to watch a movie in 60 FPS, but I will definitely prefer like YouTube videos in 60 FPS. I can see, I don't know. I can see the difference, and I appreciate the difference. Same with like, I'm watching like game streams especially too. Just depends on how much movement is going on. Beans. It's always the beans. I'm doing it to save money, okay? I don't even need this. I should just be able to run setup fishing. Reset fishing visuals. Videos being encoded properly, there shouldn't be a difference. Well, I don't know about that. It's on YouTube, so they do like they re-encode the video behind the scenes for YouTube. Because they have their own like special encoder to help cut down on video size. Will that work? Because we're not fishing. It'll kick us back to the bait menu. It'll kick us back to the bait menu. You prefer 1080 at 30. You are wild, man. You gotta be careful where you say that, because I know that this is a hot takes only stream, and that's definitely a hot take. Just be really, really, really careful wherever you say that. You might get a lot of angry DMs. Just don't ever say it. Look, the secret remains between us. I'm not gonna tell anybody. That's a hot. That is a hot take. Where's some flame grass? This flame grass? This flame grass, okay. If we only have one bait, it should consume the bait on successful catch. Or will it? No, I don't think I set it up to. Hold on. It'll either do it on successful completion of the minigame, or if you fail the minigame, so return after minigame. Consume bait. We don't want to immediately move fish to bobber again. What we need to do is determine if we should. It's a hot take from Antarctica. Just, I don't know, just go on gaming. Just go on Reddit or something and say I prefer 1080 30 FPS. I mean, maybe there's more of you. Maybe there are more of you. Maybe you're not alone. And isn't that what really matters in life? Is realizing that you're not alone? I think so. I like to think so. There's two states. Return after minigame. We'll delete it. The other one is if you fail to catch the fish at all. Not here, not here, not here. Bobber when fish strikes. If fishing state is equal, okay, otherwise consume bait. You back? I was kind of hoping you would come back with twice as many frames, but guess not. Alright, let's see if this works. Where's some flame grass? Oh, conveniently, here's some. Had to take a call. See if this works. It didn't delete that. And I know why. And it's probably an issue with our inventory as well. I think it is printing everything even if we don't own any of it. Yeah, you get it in this case, but it's just called River Bream, but I just use that as the icon. I might make it so that it just auto kind of cuts up the fish. I don't know. We'll see. Another DOS game a few months back, just for shits and giggles. I like making DOS games. They're kind of fun. I don't know, something about programming in DOS is just so... It's restrictive, but simple. And it's pretty enjoyable. The issue is that we're just grabbing all of the inventory. Where's the bait? Inventory item. Where's the bait list? Bait selection menu. See, this is just going to get all ingredients. It would be much better if there was an option to get all ingredients or only grab the ones that the player actually has inventory of. Make a new B only grab owned items. Okay, we'll promote it to a local variable. Indices to remove. I need to play more Stardew Valley. Grabbing all of your inventory so it's not memory efficient. I have to return the whole inventory. I'm returning just the ingredient inventory, which includes the IDs and amounts. So it is pretty memory efficient. What I need to allow is to only grab owned items. Which means we need to filter out ingredients that the player has discovered, which we keep in the inventory, but we don't want to build those into the bait selection menu. Which I didn't need to do until now. But it should be a pretty quick check here, because we're just checking an integer. For some reason it is less than 0. Most of my inventory is handled via fnames, which are hashed, which makes them very quick to look up and to store and to modify. The only things that aren't would be the potions, since there isn't really a way to hash those in that same way. But we also don't save the game at all, so it's not like we have to worry about save size at the moment. I guess I'm kind of curious what it would be if I tried to save the player's inventory and data. I honestly have no idea. Probably not the most efficient at the moment because potions are stored with... Well, I don't know. Actually, don't know. Not something to worry about for prototyping. Supposed to play the whole game in one sitting? Just the prototype, not the full game, of course, will have saves, but the prototype will not. It's just not necessary to add. The prototype is being designed to be like a couple hour experience at most. With, you know, I guess you could spend more time doing stuff that is optional, like if you just want to keep fishing or something, if you enjoy it. But it wouldn't be necessary. Alright, that should fix that. Okay, and on the bait selection menu, only grab owned items. And we probably would want to do that in the regular inventory too, though I need to refactor the inventory, so for now we'll just leave it in its shitty state. It's just the ingredient inventory that I need to fix up. So if we use this and we catch the firefin trout, it should kick us back to the bait selection menu, and we shouldn't have anything. We still have it. Is that working? Is that even working? It wouldn't be, would it be doing it out of order? Or, let me see. Clear children. When are we running setup widget? Should be. And we know that the bait's working correctly. Let me check something. Yeah, no, it's set up right. That's weird. Well, let me try breaking here. And we'll see if we can figure out what's the problem is. Resume that, select bait. It should consume it no matter what. That is if the consume bait is being run, which it might not be. Although I thought that it was being run in the right place. It just returns nothing. So it... Oh, you know what? I bet unsuccessful catch it isn't consuming the bait. Why? Why? Return after minigame, consume bait. Do we run something else maybe? On return after minigame? Vent tick, get fishing status, check progress. Calculate loot, end minigame, return after minigame. This is unrelated. Fix the problem. I wonder. Haven't had much energy to work on your own game. It's always there, right? I think it'll return. Gotta need some more time, right? I managed to fix a bug with rubber rafts the other day. Hey, fixing bugs. When was that ever a bad thing? That's time well spent if you ask me. I'm gonna debug this. Not a for each loop. Print string. Okay, we have one flame grass. We're gonna use it. Now if I leave with it now, nothing should happen. We're gonna let the fish grab, and we're gonna try to get the fish. It says flame grass 0. And river bream 1. But it doesn't show the river bream, it only shows the flame grass. Am I doing something wrong here? Set ingredient inventory to a local variable. If the number is less than or equal to 0, so the number owned, add it to an array of indices to remove the current index. That's correct. On completion, for the indices to remove index from ingredient inventory, and then return those ingredients. In what world is that incorrect? ING Flamegrass and number 1. It's almost midnight. Sleep well, Distron. Thanks for hanging out. Catch me tomorrow if energy's feeling good for you. Hope the move finishes well. Yeah, look, it's returning ING River Bream N. We've cleared all children from item list. Haven't we? I mean, are we not removing it? Dear children. Let me check one thing that it might be related to. I don't think it is, but it could be the unknown structure error. So I have modified a couple of structures today. Let's see. Nope, it is not. Stop moving! Yo! Oh, he's a feisty one. We got it. What? Flame Grass 0, River Bream 1. What are we doing? What is leading to false here? Ooh. What's playing this? How is spam printing that? What is running get all ingredients every frame? What the hell? What the hell? Oh, it's the first person character that's doing that. Oh, let me unhook that. I was doing that for testing. It's separate though. This one shouldn't be causing the problem. Let me try this again. Yeah, nothing's running it. Anytime it says hello, we have a problem. I got nothing. It's running the right thing. It's grabbing the right information. It's not even updating the... I might know why. Because we're basing it off of ingredient indices. Oh, fuck, that might be a problem. It's because I think in order to grab that, we're grabbing it at the indice, the index. But index 0 of the player's inventory is Flamegrass, not Riverbream. This is working fine. It's when we're building the inventory. We save it based on index, but we're passing through the wrong index. I can fix that. I didn't even consider that would be a problem. Where's my bait selection? Fishing. Where are we passing through? Yeah, yep. We're passing through the array index because we're assuming that there should be a problem. What instead we need to do is pass through the indices too. Which it's really only relevant in this case. That's the only time that I'm going to pass that info through. And then when we make this, instead of passing the array index, we're going to grab the ingredient indice at the array index. That will be the inventory index. I hadn't even considered that. Now the bug should be fixed. Yeah, go in it now, bitch. And now it should show the river. Once we catch this, it should show the river bream instead. And not the flame grouse. Yeah. That was frustrating. Okay, fish. BP fish. I want to fix the rewards on that. Fishing spot ref, loot poles, calculate loot. That's not the way I want to handle it at all. Fishing spot ref needs to get the... Get chosen fish. Fish. Should be an ID, fish type. Update ingredient inventory. This is kind of a little bit backwards, but it will work. Because I don't think we clear fish type, the chosen fish, until we finish with the mini game. I hope. Firefin trout. Nice. I don't want that to be my bait. Let me test this again, but I'm going to grab 2 flame grass and see if it continues me fishing, which it should. We'll grab this one. Then we have some bugs to fix before I can safely jump to working on trapping. Alright, 2 flame grass. I can also test whether or not it successfully removes the bait if you fail to hook the fish that was hooked. If you fail to, like, start the minigame on it. Alright, we have 2 of them, so let's catch 2. Ooh. Got him. We will need UX2 somewhere of how much of the selected bait you currently have left. Okay. Perfect. I do not see it anywhere. Let's go check if we have 2 firefin trout, which we should. And if we open up our inventory right now, it will still show the flame grass, but we do not have any. It's because we lack good user experience on the player inventory at the moment. That can be fixed. Flame grass 0. Firefin trout normal 2. There, I cooked one. Yeah, because right now this doesn't show the amount that you own. It's just going to show you the annoying. It's just going to show you that you have discovered it. So that's a problem. Okay. Let's see. Let's add to the fishing. Better UX. Amount of bait left. That said, the bait selection menu is working. Just lacking a lot. Okay, and I wanted to test what happens if you have the bait but you let it be lost. So we just won't touch it. The fish should get destroyed, the bait should get destroyed because we have no bait left. It should kick us back to the bait menu, but there will be nothing there. Yes, though it did not get rid of the visuals. Yeah, we need to run reset fishing visuals on that. Okay, let me see where I handled that. Consume bait. Set up fishing. It's been a lot of work today on bait, hasn't it? A lot of work. A lot of work. A lot of refactoring of menus. Good thing though. Okay. The bobber was not getting why was the bobber not getting reset? Oh, reset to that. Try it again. Oopsie. I thought we had a set up fishing visuals. Return after minigame, consume bait. Okay. Should be fixed now. Line and bobber should disappear. Good. go just grab something to use as bait. Okay, that looks good. Let me go grab the 2 flame grass again, or I'll just cheat in ingredients. Just want to make sure that the line and bobber stay there if we still have bait to use. Ooh. Oh, yep, that one's lost. I'm drunk, but doing Stardew Valley. Exactly. That's at least what that's the baseline that we're starting with. Catch, bitch. Because I think it'll be most familiar. I think that a lot of people who enjoy Stardew Valley will enjoy this game too. And so having something that is familiar to start with will be... I mean, why reinvent the wheel, right? And Stardew made a pretty damn good wheel. Our UX is terrible, though. That'll come with time. Features first, then UX. This game's gonna turn my girlfriend into a gamer, so it's a special place in my heart. Well, hey, maybe she'll like this. I don't know. I don't know what her tastes are, though. Will she like the beach ball that moans sexually? Big ball fan. What a time to be alive. Well, our fishing is working. We have a bait menu. It's kind of poo-poo. It's very poo-poo. And the good thing is we have fishing info too of used to catch and is caught with, which is pretty awesome. And that knowledge updates when you successfully catch something, or at least hook something with an ingredient, or if you read a book that can give you that information. So if we, for instance, maybe on the pier, we can put the fishing knowledge book so like right now you take a look at Toadstool and you're like, okay, it doesn't have any information. We don't know. We don't know what you use it for. Let's go cheat ourselves some information. This is the power of a library card, by the way. Oh my gosh, a book, Fishing for Idiots. I wonder what's in here. Wow. Incredible. And now we know that... Okay, maybe not. Maybe it's not working anymore. No, why? You were working before. You were working like 2 hours ago. Fishing info tab is always good. It can be rendered even if it's not used for fishing or has no info. Yes. Because you don't know if something has uses for fishing or not. That's at least what we're operating on. Oh, I know why it wasn't working. Because we didn't give it any default fishing knowledge. Hold on, I'll fix it. Shut up. Don't say anything. Now, I don't know if players will like it like this. I'll say that. I'm doing it this way to see, but I don't actually have 100% confidence in players learning this fishing knowledge. But we'll see. Maybe I will be pleasantly surprised. Okay, so yeah, Toadstool, you don't know shit, right? You're stupid. You are an idiot. That's why you need a book. Fishing for Idiots. You read the book, Fishing for Idiots, wow. Filled with incredible knowledge, such as a blank page. Now you know that Toadstool, normal, can be used to catch carp. Or that the firefin trout is caught with flamegrass normal or sunstreak normal. And currently you have in your possession 99 of these. Because I cheated them in. But of course you can't catch carp in the other states, such as dried, cut, or cooked, right? Only the normal version. Or that you can use normal, cut, or cooked barrel cactus to catch river bream. This does assume some level of trial and error on the part of the player, or that we reasonably easily provide that information to the player, or that it is intuitive. Right now, those things are not true. Therefore, frustration is incredibly likely. That is going to be a known unknown, is how do we solve that? Like, of course, we could just give the player a book of here are some basic pieces of information about bait. Feature, frustration of feature. It can be a feature that is enjoyed or hated, though. If it's intuitive, I think it won't be a problem. The question is, will it be intuitive? Will the player be able to kind of figure out, okay, how do I catch a firefin trout? Maybe, right? They can try different baits, things of that nature. I don't know. That's going to be something that we have to test and carefully determine what sort of help we want to provide for the player and how we want to design the bait preferences. Of course, you can always learn this knowledge from people that travel too, right? You could ask maybe like a fisherman NPC, like, hey, got any information? Or maybe if we do that alchemy newsletter that you can get at your hut, you know, there can be information on bait preferences there too, and we can reward that, and that'll appear in your inventory as knowledge. So I don't know. I think there are ways around it, but we need to be careful about it. We can't just assume that the player is going to enjoy trial and error of different baits. I wouldn't enjoy it. I don't think most players would enjoy it. But I think that if you naturally discover it, that is a good feeling, right? If you're like, okay, let's try this bait. It's like, oh shit, that works. So like firefin trout requiring flame grass, or what was the other one? Sunstreak. You know, that kind of makes sense. Use a flame thing to catch a flame thing. That is relatively intuitive. So yeah, I think that's good. I think I'll actually stop there today. What we still need to do for the bait menu is allow the player to... You know what? No, I'll do it. I'll do it today. I'll do it today. That way I can sleep happy. Fishing. Make a new input action. IA. Return to bait menu. That way the player doesn't have to stop fishing and then restart fishing to get to the bait menu. They can just press one button and get to it. I'll make it B for now. And then, of course, make sure to update the context menu. We do that first. Not fishing, fishing. E or escape to exit fishing. B, to return to open bait menu. Can't do it in the fishing minigame. Bait selection wouldn't be viable. Okay. Let's get that working. Return to bait menu on completed. I could actually put this near end fishing. It does have similarities. Handle inputs end fishing, no. End fishing, no. Reset fishing visuals and setup fishing is what we want to call. And I think too, we probably want to we would want to delete fish at index if that's relevant. Yeah, destroy if relevant. Reset the visuals. Set status to bait selection. Make sure we're on the HUD. Make sure we're showing the mouse cursor. Show the fishing rod. Should work. Alright, let me try with flame grass. Now, if it's moving towards the bobber and I press B, it should delete that fish, but not consume the bait. Thank you. Thank you, butterfly, for knocking that in the water. It's not going to scare the fish or anything. And we'll try to do it when hooked, too. Oh. Oh. That's a problem. Okay, let's not allow it if the fish is already hooked. Simple as that. Say is only equal to fishing. Turn to bait menu. Okay, we can return here. Let's see. Come on, little fishy. Yep, can't do it. Can't do it here either. Beautiful. Context menu, fish on hook. Cannot open the bait menu. Remove that. Okay. Well, that's where I'm going to call it for today. That was some good progress. We have a bait menu. We have bait knowledge. We can update and reward that knowledge. And it's working really well. It's working really well. We have some bugs to fix, of course. We've made note of those. I think they're all still relevant, right? Yeah. Yeah, we got some bugs. And we're going to get those fixed before we make any new build or anything if we want to make one for the fishing minigame. So this is a good start. We have a lot of UX to do, but I believe that now, with the bait selection menu and the book with preferred bait, those should unblock trapping from being worked on. So we could work on trapping next, which is like putting cages down and catching like crustaceans and stuff. We wouldn't be able to bait those and grab them and all that. So that's a really good start. Before I go, I remembered there was one final thing. show these on loot widget. That way we can see when we get something. And that's it. That's it for me today. I'm gonna get going, guys. I gotta go to the store and get things for a new batch of chili. But thank you for hanging out with me today. And I will be on tomorrow with more Cauldron Chronicles, where we will probably work on trapping, or if we want to fix up some bugs first, we can do that too, just to make sure we're entering the space on a good foundation. So thank you so much. Have a wonderful rest of your Thursday. Take care. I appreciate all of you, and I will see you tomorrow for more Cauldron Chronicles. Take care, guys. Bye-bye.